All right. How do I look? Yeah, let's do some more of these. I think I'll play this tonight. Maybe play the Da Vinci game tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. I don't want that. Seems really loud. I'm always turning that down, and yet... Well, that seems like a reasonable volume. Alright, so if I go here... First thing I need to do... Oh, hey, Swarm! Need to do this, because I was actually playing this before. Okay, everything's maxed out again. At least I'd like it to be maxed out on that end. If I want to turn it down... If I want to turn the sound down, it should be on a different setting. But maybe not. I don't know. I guess I'll keep an eye on it. Alright, so... What am I doing? Let's just do this. Because why not? Cheers. Oh, that was heavy. Are the sound effects just too loud? Is that what it is? Have I read the Miss novels? I remember going to like a... I remember reading it on a bus. At like a summer camp. Went there like every day. It's like a day camp thing. There it is. Now it's lost. Alright. I read 2 of them. Tiana and Beatrice. But it's been so long, I can't say I remember much. And I'm also not good at reading books. Okay, I think, especially fiction, just my brain has a really hard time visualizing events. There we go. All right. So it was really murky at the time and hard for me to understand. Just, I don't know. My brain has a hard time reading fiction. I just cannot conjure images in my brain. Actually, the same thing is with my dreams. I do not have clear images with my dreams. I hear all this stuff about lucid dreams and everything being so clear, and people sometimes confusing whether they're awake or asleep. I mean, I have that psychologically sometimes when I'm sleeping. I think it's real, but the image is not clear at all. It's very murky, and just like the world is not consistent, and it's just... Anyway, I got off track there. So... Yeah, let me know if I should turn that sound down. Yeah, it was a real embarrassment with me and Harry Potter. I can't even describe what I was actually seeing in my head, but then I saw the movie and it's like, wow, it's actually like a magical fictional place where everybody looks like wizards and stuff. And it was just this weird, empty building. That didn't make sense when I was reading the Harry Potter books. And I still enjoyed them, but... Or as far as I got, I didn't get all the way through it. All right. I have all the collectibles. Okay. Ah, levels without death. So, all right. When did they come out? 2000, whatever, 2002.
In case you are wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source.
So, yeah, I don't blame you for not being a fan of the Harry Potter books. Everybody's like roasting J.K. Rowling now for just like apparently going off the deep end, but where was I going with this? Oh yeah, you're not a huge fan of the series. Like, she writes in a way. So you said you haven't read the books. The way that she writes makes you want to keep reading. That's the actual spell being cast. God damn it, cat. Make up your mind, settle down. Okay. Oh, I remember this. Whoa. I almost died.
Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing everything to move in slow motion.
This is gonna be a fun one.
Like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum.
Ah!
Like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum. Like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields.
I need to lean forward and full screen this. I'm not actually physically in the right spot.
Rabbit, hopping across
my cat is in my lap.
Quantum fields. Poetry.
Okay. Oh, wow, okay.
I'm not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area.
I remember enjoying Book of Atris because I could see mist and ribbon developing in it.
Sometimes the actor...
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area.
See, this is going to ruin my time if it's going to do things like this.
One of my first victories. Good old Things, my pet pug. He was either extremely brilliant or possessed with the intelligence of a brick. He would also eat pretty much anything shiny.
Ugh. Yeah, it has its own Pangea story, yeah. Whoa, I thought I sidestepped it. Oh, jump when I tell you to jump. Oh, this is gonna be a hard level right here. Wow. 12 shifts, 100 seconds. This is gonna be a hard one. Which missed game is my favorite? You'll probably hate my answer. But it is actually Riven.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science
Is this part of my
juice from
100 seconds? Man.
Undisclosed biological source.
Okay, so how am I supposed to beat this whole level in 100 seconds?
Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing everything to move in slow motion. Like a pan-dimensional...
Oh, come on.
Hopping across a landscape of quantum fields.
All right, so... Yeah, you know, it sets the bar for Starry Expanse, Ribbon does, doesn't it?
Like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields. Poetry. I'm not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area.
What? Man, okay.
Not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area.
I'm bad at this game. I think they're still working on it. I haven't heard anything different. They had some update recently.
Sometimes the act of slowing things down can reveal the correct path.
Okay, so you might want to put this here first. Ooh, I don't know if I can do both of those. Jump, please! Okay, so this is better. This is... Oh, man, that's right. 12 shifts. Oh, my God. Whew. Like, the very first level in this world is hard. Why do I have me...
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor...
Hold on. Okay, so restart.
I was able to extract them. In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source. Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now.
Go.
I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing everything to move in slow motion. Like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields. Poetry. I'm not entirely sure what it does in this area. Sometimes the act of slowing things down can reveal the correct path.
So it's closer, right? Like, it's one of these, it's like... But yeah, the shifts is... I don't know how I'm going to get this, because, right, it's just a matter of the time, I guess.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source.
Unless there's a way to get up there directly.
Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing everything to move in slow motion.
Oh! Can I climb up that way? Hold on.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same
worth
science
trying.
juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source.
I have to wait for that door to close. So there's safes. So you gotta step into the room. Tables will be harder. Yeah, I don't think this works. I can't get on that first one. Then it shoots me. So...
Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing everything to move in slow motion.
I don't know. That seems... odd.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source. Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing everything to move in slow motion. Like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields.
Oh, man. You can get across there. Okay. That's what we'll do.
I'm not entirely sure what Desmond is in this area.
You
Sometimes the act of slowing things
can
down
get there.
reveals the correct path.
Because, you see... Okay. Yeah, you have to go fast. I've never gotten it on my first try, though. And then that happens, too, and that cost me 2 shifts as well. So, this is the same.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the
All right.
manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biology.
Okay, that was really stupid. Okay, come on.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source. Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, called like a pan-dimensional...
Whew.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source.
That could mean anything.
Ah, if only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this
Go!
next dimension
What
is
happened?
protracted, causing everything like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across. In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation...
See, these have to be like flawless
they are filled
runs.
with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed.
Why does he get stuck? What is going on?
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with...
Stop getting stuck.
I was able to extract... In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a... undisclosed biological source. Ah! If only you could see the look on your face right now.
Go, go, go! Stop being an idiot.
I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing everything like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields. Poetry.
Not perfect, but did get there in the first run.
Not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area. Sometimes the act of slowing things down can reveal the correct path.
I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. Why is that first one always fucked up like that?
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around
The second
manor,
one's
they
fine,
are
but that
filled
first
with the
one,
same science juice
the
that is
crates
in
land
all
on
the
top
IDS
of one
batteries.
another.
I was
Why
able
does
to
it give me
extract the base
more
material
than
from
one
the science
crate?
juice from a,
Just give me one crate.
undisclosed biological source. In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source. Ah! If only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, caused like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields. Poetry. I'm not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area. Sometimes the act of slowing things down can reveal the correct path. In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation...
It's outside my
tubes around the
control.
manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a... undisclosed biological source. Ah! If only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, causing like a pan...
It's hard to tell where my feet are.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a... undisclosed biological source. Ah! If only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted, like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields. Poetry. Not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area. In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source.
I guess once I play a level, I should just turn off the... Like, I don't mind him inherently.
If
but
only you could see the look on your face right now.
I should probably turn off his voice.
I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next...
Because he is a famous voice actor. I forget. I mean, I didn't actually recognize him.
In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor,
But I think they said...
are filled with the same science juice that is
Somebody
in
said
all
who
the
it was.
IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from
Somebody from Star Trek or something?
undisclosed
Did I hear that
biological
right?
source.
I never followed that franchise, though, so I wouldn't know.
If only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit. In case you were wondering about the pneumatic transportation tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source. If only you could see the look on your face right now.
Can probably
I hope that you've been able
just
to
look
glean
it up.
that the time in
IMDb or
this
something.
next dimension is protracted like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields. Poetry. I'm not entirely sure where Desmond is in this area. Sometimes the act of slowing things down can reveal the correct path.
Give me this! I just need that. He needs to just bounce off that, jump off that last crate before they destroy it. And I just cannot quite get that because that second crate on that first laser knocks me off.
Tubes around the manor, they are filled with the same science juice that is in all the IDS batteries. I was able to extract the base material for the science juice from a undisclosed biological source.
Can probably count the shifts too. There's one.
If only you could see the look on your face right now. I hope that you've been able to glean that the time in this next dimension is protracted like a pan-dimensional bunny rabbit, hopping across a landscape of quantum fields. Poetry.
2, I guess. 3.
Sure where Desmond is in this area. Sometimes the act of slowing things down can reveal the correct path.
Four, 5, 6, 7. There it is. Ooh, 11 shifts. Okay, I did it. All right, that's one down. Yay! That's hard for just the first level. What the hell? Well, the first level in World 2. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I got this one, okay. So now I got another one. There's so many of these.
I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation.
Okay, so he's gonna do this. So we're back to scouting and solving. So when he slows the time down, it gives me the time.
The blades are rather sharp.
Yeah. Gives me the time. Curious. Huh. I can actually climb the fan. It's not actually dangerous when it's slow. It's not just a thing that's easy to avoid, it's actually harmless when time is slowed down.
Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but
oh,
it's rather
this.
unavoidable.
No, not this level. That's a later one I'm thinking of. This one. Yeah, this. This is hard. I really struggled with this.
I would move if I were you.
So I need to jump off before I get to this. I remember getting up there and not finding anything. Whoops. Okay, well. Didn't expect it to move out from under me. I'm not actually dead. Alright, so...
I would move if I were you.
So this one, this one.
Step off now.
Alright, he'll give you like the 3 count, I guess.
Okay, next.
Yeah, that was simple. Oh, I remember this.
Oh!
Maybe want to be on the back one? I don't know.
You should be able to fit through. Don't forget to breathe. It's an important aspect of life.
Okay, so... that seemed really far away. So I wonder if there are shortcuts for this one. Like, I thought it was, like, taking me for a ride, so I didn't have much choice, but...
I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation. Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
I wonder if that was an extra shift you can get rid of. But I could catch that previous one.
I would move if I were you. Step off now! Okay, next.
Ah, I was confused. Like, I was expecting a different time. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna restart it.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
Nope. I don't think I can catch that one. I think it's just too far away.
I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation. Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's
Oh yeah, I have to
probably
wait
not
for
the
another
best
cycle here, so.
but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
Unless I can jump all the way down. I mean, maybe they're BSing me here.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but...
Oh, that looked a lot closer.
Well, it's probably not the best. Well, it's probably not the best location for you.
It looks like I'm going through it, honestly.
Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather... Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable.
Doesn't it look like I actually go through it? I don't know.
Well, it's probably not the best location.
Maybe I can't. Man.
Well, it's probably not the best location. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable.
Trying to find a way to cheat over there.
Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable.
Oh well. Alright, we're not gonna try to cheat that.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
I wonder if I can be faster though.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation?
See if I can make the
Careful,
jump straight
the
across
blades are rather
here.
sharp.
I would save like
Well,
4
it's probably not the best location for you.
shifts.
but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
Ooh!
I would move if I were you. Step off now.
Yeah, it probably not when he's probably not annoying when he's not repeating the lines.
Okay, next.
Yeah, this was different than.
Oh!
Yeah, I wanted to jump and yeah, okay.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. I would move if I were you. Step off now.
Oh, wrong one! Ah!
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
I knew I was a little late on that one.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good. I would move if I were you. Step off now.
What are you doing?
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good. Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good. I would move if I were you. Step off now.
What? What happened there?
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
Okay. Hey, MSK. Ah! Missed my bus. All right.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good.
Uh-oh. All right.
Have I mentioned that the manor requires a lot of ventilation? Careful, the blades are rather sharp. Well, it's probably not the best location for you, but sadly it's rather unavoidable. Good. I would move if I were you.
Uh-oh, I might be late. Nope.
Step off now. Okay, next.
All right, just trust it.
Oh. You should be able to fit through. Don't forget to breathe. It's an important aspect of life.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I killed it. That's because of that little sneak at the beginning, I'm pretty sure. Whew. So interestingly, last time I did get this. Which I don't know. I mean, I guess they award this even in levels where there aren't any threats. So who knows? So this is how long it takes when I'm just, you know, playing around and solving it normally. I remember that little room there. Oh yeah, I actually got stuck on this puzzle too. So you want to get there with 2 weights. Yeah, okay. So when you first come in, you hit this. Ugh. One of those, really?
It looks like you could use a little more time with that converter switch.
So... Oh. He made a face. Oh. I can only have 2 of these in at a time. I want to take out time, or do I want to take out heavy? That's fluffy.
Bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order.
Also, that wasn't entirely safe what I did, so... So I want one of these saves, so I'll need a fluffy. Hey, Double Q. I'm having fun. I get frustrated, but I still have fun, so it's alright. I get frustrated, like... not at the core game, but at the speedrunning part of the game, which is obviously optional. But I want to do it, damn it. So what I'm doing right now is I'm planning my route for this level. Also, I gotta remember how to solve the puzzle again. Oh.
Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
Wait, how do I get back? Because this just opens that. I don't need that. I need to get back through here. Oh. What? Oh yeah, this is gonna be a really interesting thing to strategize for a speed run. Can I slip under this first one? Yes. Man. Okay, so I used 17 shifts. Need to get it down to 11. And then once I solve that, I can figure out the time. So yeah. So it'll be a puzzle in and of itself to figure out what the best route is here. Because the shifts are weird on this one, which is cool. Like, I want to figure out how to do this efficiently. So I hit this. I grab it here. That's one shift. And then... Okay, so that's all straightforward. And I still need heavy, so I was correct to take out the time battery. I don't need it anymore.
Bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks.
This I don't need at all.
Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order.
Oh, wait. I forgot. I need to break this. Oh no. Oh no. I'm stuck. Everything looks fuzzy. I don't like it. Well, it makes everything light. Everything's a pillow right now. I can make everything metal, right? And now everything is heavy and I can't pick anything up. You see, if it's heavy, it can block that, so... Right. Yeah, the whole thing is that you can change... I wonder if there's a trick with the time for least portal, or least portals. It's essentially a least portals kind of puzzle, like in Portal, but it's least shifts. That's what I'm trying to solve right now. See, this one slows down time. So should I... Okay, what if I did... Well, I need heavy for anything to block this. I can't throw this without fluffy. So I can't have heavy, fluffy, and time all at the same time because they're... Whoops.
Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
Wow. The fact that I could throw 2 at a time, I mean, it's not quite right because I couldn't get this quite through, right? When that laser comes on again, it will hit this, I think. Yeah, I took them both out. Okay. And I also have this, but that doesn't really matter. Okay. So I gotta plan out my speed run right now. So obviously you can do that. That didn't work. Yeah, I think the sale is over, Double Q. I put in the Discord. It was on sale for like $1. It was like 90% off like 3 days ago. But I'm pretty sure the sale ended. Okay. What? Okay, so that doesn't even work. So you don't want this. Well, you do want it, right? You don't want to gather too many safes. All right, so let's start this over. Whoops. So you get rid of time.
More basic orthogonal traversing bot.
Where'd it go?
I invented them a long time ago
Oh, no,
to
it's in
perform
there.
simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple,
No,
but
it's not right either. Okay, so you actually, I think what you really want to do is...
bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order.
No. Because it's 2 extra shifts either way, right? There it is.
Bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot.
Okay, so
I
it doesn't
invented them a
fly
long
as...
time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order.
I do need 3 things.
Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
is going on? So, hold on. If I throw this and then change to head... Okay, let me throw this and it travels like that. If I throw this... I gotta do a physics experiment here. If I throw this and make it heavy, it seems to go just as far. Whereas this one, the little one, if I just throw it, it actually doesn't go that far anyway. It's slow motion, though. Maybe that can help me. This is an interesting speedrun, and I haven't had a level like this yet where I haven't really, where it's a real challenge to figure out what the optimal run is. Oh yeah, I forgot about throwing it is actually slower. Okay, so let's get in a rhythm here. Ah! Ah!
Bot-bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order.
No! I didn't mean to throw it. I meant to just set it down.
Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
No! Okay, so these are actually decent times compared to the goal, even though that's not my official run. Ah, keep messing that up.
Bot-bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order. Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
No. That was so dumb. A minute. Oh yeah. Okay, try that again. I don't know if I'm completely ready for an optimal run, but I'm sort of trying to at least kind of get started on one, I guess.
Bot-bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order.
Where did my cardboard box go? I need it. No, where'd it go? I actually need it for the... I don't know what happened to it. I might be blind, because it could be among this... No, how does it out here? How did it get there? Oh, well. Might have a little bit of Alzheimer's if I put it out there and didn't realize it. No, that's hard to do. That would save you some time, though, if I could actually throw it on there. Because, see, if it could bounce off those walls and stay on there, that'd be one thing. And in some places, that is the case, but not here.
Or basic orthogonal traversing bot.
Okay,
I
no.
invented them a long time
What
ago
are
to
you?
perform simple tasks. There are.
Don't take the red battery out. Ugh.
Bot-bots, or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order. Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
See, I have the time now, but I don't have the shifts. That has never happened before. So, in fact, I don't need to do both at the same time for credit for both. So, this really just comes down to the puzzle of figuring out. I mean, I think it's what I was trying to do. I think I can save 2 shifts if I throw 2 before I switch to heavy. Excuse me. I think I would do it. But now I gotta actually do it. I'm gonna get another beer. I'll be right back. Okay, so we can take all the time we want and just try to get lowest number of shifts. That's just this part.
Or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order. Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
Oh wait, I pressed a button to shift. I mean, I didn't mean to press that button. I think I actually had it. If we didn't care about getting the level time again.
Or basic orthogonal traversing bot. I invented them a long time ago to perform simple tasks. Their artificial intelligence is extremely simple, but it helps to keep the house in order.
No, out of my way. Where you? Stop it.
Well, you did that. I guess you could be proud if you wanted.
There we go. So I didn't make the time that time, but I got the shifts. So I think I should move on. I don't need to do both at the same time. I think this is the first time I split them up, but I think that's okay considering how much game is left to play. I should not assume I have to do both. I should not challenge myself to do flawless victory runs in every level if I don't have to. All right, next level. So I did not die the first time I played this, but it also took me 1,000 seconds. I may have goofed around. I goof around a lot, so obviously I wasn't going for any stats when I played through the first time. Okay. I don't need the time for that.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance.
Oh, I remember this room.
I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
Yeah, so
You should try it sometime.
I want to get up here. I can just catch that and I can skip everything.
For some reason, this particular configuration of laser beams has been outlawed in several nations. I can't imagine why.
They don't let you throw it, huh? Because I made sure it was very clear of it. So, yeah, it's not like you can carry it there either. So this time I didn't live. All right, wait. Okay. I don't feel like taking this seriously. All right, so...
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance.
So...
I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing
where
the
is
slow
my
motion dimension.
battery? What the fuck is going on? Why is Ike taking my battery? What? What is happening right now? Go away. I almost feel like that's a bug and I turned on the time thing too early.
You should try it sometime. Wouldn't it be great if you could extend the airtime of that?
Wait, why is it up there? Don't fly back to the laser. What is happening right now?
For some reason, this particular configuration of laser beams.
What was that? All right.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. Wouldn't it be great if you could extend the airtime of that?
Do not take my battery.
Bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
Ugh.
You should try it sometime. For some reason, this particular
What?
configuration of laser beams has been outlawed in several nations. I can't imagine why.
So they it's not even about the lasers hitting it. I am in Texas, but no. I am uncultured even in my own state. Actually, I've lived in Austin most of my life, and I have always avoided South by Southwest like the plague. In my mind, that's just millions of cars, just infinite cars, just gridlocking the city. It's a nightmare. I want no part of it. I can't remember if I've been to South. I think I went one year. Oh, I don't know. All the celebrities go to it and think they're cool. It's just some... God, there's like everything there. So I don't know. It's just some reason the entire world gets together in Austin and pretends we're cool. I guess. It's music. It's like a music festival, but there's stuff. I might be... it's kind of up in the air. But depending on how things go, I might start making some business trips to Montreal. How do I solve this? That laser actually kind of looks like it's missing the metal, but whatever. So if I go here... No, don't throw it. Just drop it. Well... Oh, no. You have to do this. Okay, so... I mean, it's technically better, but whatever.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. Wouldn't it be great if you could extend the airtime of that? I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
So tired of that. I want to throw it and it goes normal pace just like me, but it's not true.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. Wouldn't it be great if you could extend the airtime of that? I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
No.
You should try it sometime. For some reason, this particular configuration of laser beams has been outlawed in several nations. I can't imagine why. Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
No.
You should try it sometime.
No, I'm not used to sub 40 temperatures, but I can learn to try to learn.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension. Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension. You should try it sometime.
I was gonna say, see, that level's straightforward, but now I have to do it again. All right, we can do this. There we go. I just held the button.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of... Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit...
I hate that.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow... Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of...
How does that happen? It just keeps going.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a...
I just can't hit it. All right.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
That's what I thought. I held the button. Come on.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
Damn.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
Whap, whap. It's really weird. I changed those commands to be 1, 2, 3, 4
Ike's
instead of
become a rather
1,
interesting
3,
lab
Q,
assistant,
E.
though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day.
And then they changed them back, I guess.
Play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
Hey, Hurricane. Wait, where's my cardboard? I was winning, so they just took it away.
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his...
Ah. Well, I thought that
Ike's become a rather interesting lab
they seemed to cheat on it. Like they would...
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance.
Oh, you mean at the
was
end?
bored
Well,
all
okay, yeah, I guess that
and
works.
decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay. How? Oh.
You should try it sometime.
No!
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension.
Both, I guess? Even though I guess I have the...
You should try it sometime.
I guess I have the 4... Go! What is this fuckery?
Ike's become a rather interesting lab assistant, though his indiscriminate appetite is a bit of a hindrance. I was bored all day and decided to play a game of catch with myself, utilizing the slow motion dimension. You should try it sometime.
Okay. Okay. So that's 4 of 17 in this world. All right. Okay, so we got another one coming here. Whew.
Let's boogie, girls.
What is this? Okay, I press the button and it does this, sends this message. Okay. And what is that? I tried to read it quickly because there was like a timer on it, but it's a shrug. It looks like a snake. Oh, it's an arm? Okay, okay. It's too small. I can't really see it. Yeah, one of those. So there's like 3 pieces, I guess. All right, cool. I usually don't hang out on the menu this long enough to hear this part. Or I think I do, but I'm taking a break and you guys hear it. One thing about this game, it's got great music. All right, so I guess I'll figure out this next one.
I believe that's safe number 21,157. You might want to use something other than your thick skull.
Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, there is that. Is there anything over here? I mean, I'm sure I explored this last time. Am I just hitting artificial clipping? Is that what that is? I guess it is. All right. Okay, so I guess in a level like this is really the first time I've encountered something like this, where you might want to switch back and forth for your fastest time.
That'll do.
Will it? Nope.
I believe that's safe number 21,157.
He just doesn't care about the resources that he's wasted. Wait a minute. That's the wrong button.
I believe that's safe number 21,157. That'll do.
So I guess if I want to do least shifts, I keep it on this? Let's see. Okay, so you definitely want to do these separately in some scenarios. There you go, 2 shifts. All right, so now we got to do it fast. With the shift goal complete, we now want to do it as fast as possible. So we can shift as much as we need to.
I believe that's safe number 21,157. That'll do.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't need... Once I get that second one up, I can go. Yeah, that was... Okay, I need to think that stuff through.
I believe that's safe number 21,157.
Ah. Ah.
I believe that's safe number 21,157.
No.
I believe that's safe number 21,157.
This is definitely one of those levels that's, you know, that some people have just all the timing mastered, and someone like me does not.
That'll do.
Oof. Not good enough.
I believe that's safe number 21,157.
I know my main problem right now is the placement of this thing. I need to get this to the right spot. See, it misses over there. I'm trying to hit that hallway.
That's safe number 21,157.
So I guess there's some momentum that I gotta account for. Don't.
I believe that's safe number 21,157.
There you go. So no momentum there.
I believe that's safe number 21,157.
See, I just can't hit that hallway.
I believe that's safe number 21,157. I believe that's safe number 21,157.
I guess that's a little bit more than what would fit in like a basketball or hockey arena. Just trying to think like what, you know. Man, getting this timing right is hard.
21,157.
I gotta shave 2 seconds off my time here. I can't see it.
I believe that's safe number 21,157. I believe that's safe number 21,157.
We'll get to that number this level.
That'll do.
There it is. All right. What's funny is I could have actually hit the 3 shifts if I had not gone to Fluffy. I just was like, get it off the time, yeah. No, wrong one. Okay. That's 5 out of 17 for World 2 anyway. Okay. Cat's in the cradle. Well, I can't. I guess I'm not going to learn anything just staring at it. I always think like I got to prepare somehow. And it's like, there's nothing to do. Just go. So there's 4 lasers here. Oh, and it's hitting the wood. In the past, they've had like metal. All right, so this is the end.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I remember thinking about this one. I was like, oh, this is going to be a tricky one for optimizing. Oh, this is going to be a show. Because you have it here. Is there like a perfect toss you can make?
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Yeah, right there. Because what you should do, of course, is throw it to yourself by changing the... Ah, I almost did it. No. No. Ah.
Foreign objects like that.
Oh, I forgot about that. I'm thinking about the second throw. I'm always thinking about that second throw. I just don't care about this first throw. It's so much easier. See, I want to... get the angle, the sharp or the flatter the angle that I throw it, the more runway it has if I actually do land it there. Ah, it nicked this. It was tipped. Yeah. It looks possible. Just, you have to be lucky. Okay. Can I throw it straight up here? I mean, I can't throw it up here. If it goes too far... Oh, I get because of this zigzag here. Okay, so that's where I'll throw it. Okay, that's a little bit more reliable. All right, so let's just try one. No. Just don't care. All right, try again. All right, but at least we know what to do, right?
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I wish this game had a zoom. I guess I can jump and see where to throw it.
Foreign objects like that.
Stupid first throw. Oh, it hit the ceiling. There's a thought. I mean, if I'm hitting the platform. I guess I should throw it there, huh? little shorter. That'll be interesting if we could skip 2. Maybe I can't do it. Maybe it's... I tried to jump forward to give it some momentum, maybe. Whoa! That might do it. Of course, that might have too much momentum and actually... Even when you hit it, it bounces over. Because I wonder what that would do for the speed run if you actually...
Any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I guess we have to walk this way anyway. What? I went side to side.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I guess I don't need to do that now. I'm not really speedrunning yet.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Okay. All right. So we're not going to rush this. Okay, so that's not high enough. So I gotta calibrate everything. Or with okay. Nope. I hit the pipe. I can't hit the jump shot. I was so ready to move on. Hey, Void. Ah. No, that makes the shot weaker. Makes it go so long. Almost makes you think you could hit that. Yeah, I should be streaming Friday nights. That's what I've always said I'm gonna do. I missed a couple a few weeks back. Trying to reestablish at least that. I want to stream tomorrow too. Hey, Samus. Stay! No! Everybody's watching my terrible throwing skills. I mean, I can't exactly tell him how hard to throw it, right? Like, he can either drop it, throw it at a very set speed, or I can do a running jump, which is another set speed, but that's way too fast. There it is. Okay. I need to take every inch I can.
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Hey. Well, I'm 2 for 2 on that throw now. I think that's actually a tricky throw, but at least I'm 2 for 2 on it. So I need to get this one more throw, and then I don't have to throw it anymore. So I wanted to hit this, but and there it goes again. All right, try again. So I think I have an
Those
idea.
bot-bots are programmed
Okay,
not to
so
let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
let's get right in this corner, up as far as we can, and go about right there. There we go. Okay. So if I can hit that with regularity, that'll make my life quite a bit easier.
I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
There we go. Oh, wait, I gotta throw this down now. No! I got it stuck! How? No! No! Now it won't even reset. What are the odds? Oh dear. That is the worst way to lose. Oh dear. Okay. Start over.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
I don't know if I hit the shot yet. I did. Okay, so it'll shoot upward too. Ah, it's so close, but I don't know if I can. See, that's the trajectory I would expect. But is it good to throw it there? I wonder if I could just jump there. Is it possible to get this across without changing dimensions? I want to believe it is. See, I wish I could do like a gentle toss right there, but that's not how the game works. It's a very set velocity here. How in the world do I do that? I was trying to get. I guess we just have to accept this is very likely. If it falls, this is even worse than the other one. I'm not trying to do this. Man. I'm trying to do it with just 2 shifts. Or, well, whatever necessary shifts are after this, but...
Those bot-bots
I'ma
are
set the
programmed
record
not to
this
let
level.
any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Nope.
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
I'm gonna try that same idea again. How does it go that high? I mean, I know I'm jumping upward, but... Also, as an extra restriction, I can't die. Pretty sure they said they don't count the... record if you died. Stay. All right. Oh! Oh! It hit the rim and just managed to flop over on the correct side of the fence. So I think in Fluffy, I hold it above. Now I gotta bring this one back. No. No, 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 no. I can just hit the button, right? I'm overthinking. I'm thinking, oh my god, this challenge never ends. But I think I have. Well, no, there's still one more thing. I can still screw this up. I need to not die. Okay. 4 shifts. Well under the mark. That's how you do it right there. That was my goal, is to get that way under. All right. Or I actually didn't know what the goal was, but you know, I was trying to think of ways to just cut that down as absolutely the most I possibly could, so. So now I need to do it in 90 seconds. Obviously, I don't need to worry about the shifts, so I can do... That's a very different approach. All right, so now, without worrying about minimizing shifts, I can use the timer to help me. I never switched to time.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Oh.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I don't know if that...
Oh. Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign object.
Okay, so I think I can do this one.
Those bots are programmed
This
not to let
method.
any non-organic foreign
Okay.
objects pass.
I need to practice this. Okay, I need to practice getting this to quickly. Okay, I was pressing shift for some reason instead of space. Like I don't know that jump is the universal button. I mean, jump. I call it the jump button that actually sometimes places a space between words. No, this... Okay, that's what I want to do. So for speed, I want to do that, I think. There's so many button pushes right there. Okay. Why? Why am I on Fluffy right now? Okay. Because button mashing. See, 3 and E. Look down at your keyboard, note where the 3 is and where the E is. When you're mashing...
bots are programmed not to let...
When you're mashing buttons, you press both of those, right? I need to change those controls again, back to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Let's see if...
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Too far, too fast.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Okay, for some reason, I'm throwing it before jumping.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I'll save you,
I
maybe.
believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffold.
All right.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
What is going on right now? See, every time I press the time buttons, I'm mashing all of them. Because I'm panicking now for time. Okay.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, it hit the...
I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffold.
So frustrating. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong
Those
button.
bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
All right, press E. E. Need the cloud fluffy.
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding.
Okay, no shift key.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy idea. Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I think I put in too strong a throw this time.
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the...
That was too good of a throw. I noticed it went just flying out of my hand.
Programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Okay, I think that was a good throw.
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Holy crap. Was that an amazing throw? That was an amazing throw. No! Oh man, I blew it. That was a throw that saved me extra work.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign...
All right, we got this.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
3 is not the most convenient button to press, but I guess it wouldn't be convenient if I did 1, 2, 3, 4 either, huh? Ugh. See, it's too high.
I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
E! Ugh. Not that it matters, I guess. I guess if I threw it that far, I could go all the way around. I don't know.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non...
Okay. All the commands. You gotta press E.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
E. Which one is it? What? God damn it. I didn't think I was moving. I thought I was just looking around. I actually don't have much of a plan to bring the battery back, so that's not good.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
All right, is it going here? Is it going way back there?
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Ah, I pressed 3. I need to press E. 3E. 3 is just those two buttons. They're right next to each.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
I doubt that made it. Yeah, I didn't make it.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
That's the way it's supposed to go.
Foreign objects like that.
I forgot about that very first one. Can I throw the battery in from here? Maybe I can. I had it.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Oh, no, I just heard it hit. I heard it hit the ceiling there. All right, we can do this. Come on.
Those bot-bots
I mean, I had it before, so I...
any non-organic foreign objects
So what's to
pass.
make us think that I won't be able to get it again? Well, I guess I don't know what the actual time is.
Oh,
Don't hit the
I
wall.
believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Wow! Just grab it. Lean down if you have to.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
I didn't even know the path wasn't secure like that. I thought we were across the bridge. We were at the wall.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
All right.
Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Wait, what? It's too low. All right.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Too many keys.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there. Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I guess if I took an extra half second to try to align that throw better,
Oh,
that might be better, but
believe
I
there's a
just
heavy
want to
IDS
just
battery
chuck it
across
and
the
hope for the
scaffolding
best.
there.
That's been what I've been doing, so it's probably not the best approach, but you just end up with that.
those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding. Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Oh my god.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I don't trust that. I don't know what's going on there.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Don't know what it's gonna do, but I can't just let it stay in slow time. Oh, what?
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass. Oh, I believe there's a heavy... Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
I'd like to get it up to that platform, but this one's good
I
too.
believe there's a heavy IDS battery across the scaffolding there.
Sometimes I think I missed it because I can't see the... I can't actually see the box. All right. Nope. This. How did we do? What's the trick? Oh, still hit the shift goal. Wasn't going for that. I mean, that's over 6 seconds I gotta shave off. That's a lot of time. Just thinking over the whole process. Where can I shave? Is there anything that stands out to anybody like, oh, he's taking too much time here. He could just... I could just do it again and hope. And just try to be faster. Everything, right? If every little thing, you shave off 1 second here, 1 second here, and hope it adds up. I don't know. I mean, if I could nail that first throw to go all the way past 3 of the platforms, that's just a really hard shot. All right, so I'm just gonna look at this.
Those bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
All right, that's a habit, but... Such a habit, okay. Okay, so that one hit. Okay. Okay, so I think I'm releasing too early. No, that's definitely not it. Because angle also matters. Seems like it's all ultimately down to luck. No. Not luck of the game, but luck of my own hand, you know? There we go. I want to hit the ceiling, I think. No. Alright, let's try it again.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any non-organic foreign objects pass.
Definitely too low.
Those bot-bots are programmed not to let any
Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna turn him off. I'm sure all of you are thinking it, and none of you, well, one of you may have requested it at the beginning, but I'm gonna turn him off. Not that he's bad, but when you're replaying a bunch of times, you get sick of hearing the same lines. Yeah, I was right in between. I always press 3. It needs to be E. Oh, what? I didn't think I was doing that. I didn't think I was forward jumping. I thought I was just jumping. No. Let's see if it makes it. Let's be aggressive. And we'll never know. Don't hit the wall. Don't hit the wall. What? I didn't move. Is that a challengeable play? That was a great throw. It just was way over here. Should have been over there. It's way too far along. Come on. Gotta go catch it. I mean, it was too late. All right, should I catch it here or should I catch it over, try to catch it? Yes. I fell off and caught it. Wait, no. Restart. Come on. I can't lose a second at the very beginning. All right. That looked like a good throw. Should I go for it? I don't think it actually has it, but we can see. It does. No! I think I did that last time too. Last time I made the big throw, or one of the previous times at least. What? I thought I threw it too high. I need to not do that to myself. Ugh. So concentrated on just grabbing it in time, because as soon as you switch it to Fluffy, allowing you to grab it, it speeds up time again. Thought I was in the path of it. Like, I should make sure, but I'm like, what do I do when I need to shave off 6 seconds? Oh. Maybe I should practice that shot, huh? I practiced the shot here at the beginning. Why am I not practicing the shot here at the end? Oh, wait a minute. I could have gone the other way. What? How did it land? Cancel. I'm gonna resume our game. I need a game plan here. I need a better game plan than what I have. I've been kind of BSing this one. So, which one? Or no, don't restart. Just get this off fluffy. I don't need fluffy. Okay, so wait a minute. It didn't respawn. Okay, so it just lands up there all the time. I wanted to slow down time. Of course, I hit E instead of 3 because those commands are easy to keep straight. sick of it. Come on. I don't know what to make of that. It's not gonna work. It's too far up the... Why does trying to grab it cause me to fall off? I don't understand. I just click. It always falls in that little nook. That shot is off. Pretty sure. What? Grab it! I heard it hit the ceiling. I think I threw it too low this time, because I'm thinking about it now. That's too short. I can tell that one's too short. What? I'm sick of falling off after I grab it. I don't understand why that happens. Is it even moving? Nope. All right, this is it. Come on. Nope. That didn't look like it was that short. Wow. That was short by a margin. That's gonna hit the ceiling, but I'm just like, go! Get over there! Yeah, it was short. All right, that's a good shot, I think. Come on. I bet that's a good shot. No, it's short again. So I don't have this calibrated anymore. I used to. You saw it several times in a row. I just flung it and it was perfect. And now it's short every time. That throw is too low. What? Did it hit the ceiling or something? Why was that such a bad throw? Okay. How do you throw it then? I spaced out the button presses a little more. Let's see if that does anything. No, it's still short. Just look how short that is. It's still short. That's just because the angle's too low. See, on my 96-second run, I caught it in this middle spot. And it did cost me a few seconds, and I'm just trying to think of where to shave seconds. The time to shave is probably, honestly, at the battery level. How about I fall in that nook? I slowed time so I could catch it myself. I actually thought it was possible to grab it right there. I'm gonna go back to going ahead and catching it at this middle level if I think it's not gonna make it to the farther one. What? Sick of it. That's 3 in a row. Come on. Throw the damn save. Wrong button. Spacebar right click 3. Spacebar right click 3. No! Not fluffy. 3E, 3E, 3E. Can you not get those mixed up? Spacebar right click 3. Nope, that's spacebar 3 right click. Oh god, that's not even gonna make it here. I even missed that throw this time. I was so disoriented. I almost never missed that throw. I don't know what that was about. Spacebar right click E. No, spacebar right click 3. What do I need to do? Shaved off 1.5 seconds. I'm gonna try something. Okay, so I'm not even gonna rush this first part. I mean, I need to do more experiments then. Not that. So no. Whee! All right. That can't be the method. So no. Oh wow. Whoops. Well, I wanted to try that throw again. Probably should go around the right side. Yeah, it's obviously way faster. Yeah, it hit the ceiling. I did not mean to jump forward like that. That's just me being stupidly optimistic that I can suddenly nail that throw again. I don't know what happened there. Why'd I get stuck? How is it that short? What the hell? What the hell am I doing differently? Look at how short that is. How is it that short? It's short of the first ledge. So irritating. 3E, 3E, just think about that. I threw that too far, and I went the wrong way around. Why do I still think that it's possible to get it up here? I used to be able to do it. Back in my day. I just don't have the stuff. I thought I had it. Of course I thought I had it. And I never do. I think that's gonna hit the ceiling and fall short. There it is! In exactly 12 shifts. How long have I been streaming that one level? Everybody left. But I never quit! Even with all of you quitting. Well, not you, Sabus. I noticed my viewer count, which I was like, alright, that's fine. Hey, Kita. Or maybe Twitch is lying. Maybe you're all still there. You know, I wonder if Twitch has a thing where, like, they lie about how many people are watching if you're just, like, not active. If you really are just, like, you know, you just have the screen playing and you're otherwise not doing anything. If you're not commenting or there's no activity at all. It doesn't really make sense. But I could see someone thinking that's smart. Okay, that might be what it is. Because, yeah, you guys were chattier earlier. But, you know, I guess I can't tell if, like, everybody's watching more intensely or if they're getting bored. But, you know, all I could see was nobody was commenting anymore, so. Which I like talking to people. It kind of keeps me from going crazy, as you saw I was busy doing right there. I like how I got exactly 12 shifts too. So that actually was a double goal hit. Whew. So since you're here, Kita, I'm gonna have to... Yeah. Really perfecting my craft at this one level. I'm going to ask you the same question I tried to ask you in the Discord, even though I didn't actually give you the notification. Do you know Illustrator yet? You said you were studying that, right? No, do not replay the level. Level select. You see, do you use a pen a lot? Because I feel like if I started learning, there would be a whole lot of stuff you do with the pen, and I don't have a drawing board or anything, and I'm not interested in that. I don't want to learn that side of it. I just want, because everything I would want, there's no reason for anything freehand. So I just don't want to waste my time learning. Oh, well, that's convenient for you. So yeah, but yeah, since I always use a mouse and never use it. But it's not that I want to draw with a mouse. It's that I don't want to draw any freehand. I want to draw shapes and rigid objects, right? Right, so like even like look at this check mark, that's not a freehand draw. Like there's specific lines that somebody made at one time, whatever that's about. I don't know. I guess people freehand, but I struggle with freehand just as much as I struggle as we were talking long ago in the chat about how I cannot conjure up images in my mind very well. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if I started like taking tutorials and stuff, they would go into the whole pen stuff, or at least the stuff I was looking at was not just them using it, but saying you need to learn this stuff. But I don't need to learn this stuff. I don't want to skip it because I'm sure they're going to go into menus and other features that I need to know, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's not the most efficient use of my time to learn it. I don't know the most efficient way to learn Illustrator and or After Effects for what I want to use it for. Yeah, I said that fine. Okay, so that didn't quite make it. That's what getting stuck looks like. So stuck on this puzzle for 30 minutes. Is that what that is? $29 minutes. All right. Finally, new level. But I remember thinking even at the time. All right, we can listen to him while I solve it the first time. First couple times, then I'll turn him off again. I remember thinking that's going to be hard to get the achievements on it.
Apparently, this unit also needs a bit of tweaking. Have a safe flight.
So if you want least portals... Oh, see, it almost got me there. Okay.
Well, what are you waiting for?
See? I can do it without slowing the time down. I wonder if this is really a whole bunch of levels. Well, it said 60 seconds is the goal, I
I'm not
think.
entirely convinced of your aptitude to handle this situation.
Just a little toss. I wish there was a way to straighten this up. All I can think of is, yeah, to just throw it around until it... Okay.
Oh, well, that was a pleasant surprise.
Oh yeah, this is where I got stuck. I remember getting stuck here. I think that there was a collectible up there, or maybe I just tried to get up there. I don't know. But I obviously don't need to get up there now.
Judging by the fascinating lands of missing items, I can hypothesize that I am officially lost. Short-term memory gone. Trapped in some sort of pocket dimension. This used to be one of the manor's libraries. I, altered it.
Did I say continue from here? Because I think I messed up. Because it flashed a new level name on there, so... No, there we go. Okay. So I did get the shifts. I did it in 6 shifts. I did press the wrong button, but they counted it. I just need to do it in 65.5 seconds or less. Certainly doesn't seem as challenging as the last one in that regard, unless it's just, you know...
Apparently this unit also needs a bit of tweaking. I'm not entirely convinced of your aptitude to handle this situation. Oh, well, that was a pleasant surprise.
$84. Ouch.
Apparently, this unit also needs a bit of tweaking. Apparently, this unit also needs a bit of tweaking.
Oh, okay. That's how we do it.
Apparently, this unit also needs a bit of tweaking. I'm not entirely convinced of your aptitude to handle this situation. Oh, well, that was a pleasant surprise.
Whoo, okay. I got it in less than 65 and a half seconds. I will take it. I don't need to climb the rankings or something. Okay. I like a simple one after that last one. Okay. Quick bathroom break. I will be right back. See, you type woo, and the number goes from 4 to 5. So it probably is an active thing. Yeah, one thing about that. One thing about this level, like especially like that last room. I remember I spent a lot of time trying to get on that upper shelf. Took a long time, and there's that fan in there. There was a lot of stuff to do. This time I just whipped right through it because I don't need to go up there. So that was a challenge that I skipped this time. And also, of course, in the last level, it was about perfecting the speed with the perfect throwing of the items and stuff, as opposed to just the normal solving of the level isn't bad. You just throw the object past the laser, slow down time, go around, catch it, throw to the next one, slow down time, right? I mean, if you go back and watch how I solved it the first time, that's what I did, right? Just took it real slow, real easy. It wasn't that bad, right? But finding the way to beat it the fastest, that was just... yeah. All right. I will be right back. I'm back. So, yeah. So how are you learning Illustrator? I need to do what I need to do on it pretty soon. Oh, interesting. Seven. Okay. 49 seconds. Not 50, huh? 48 shifts.
This used to be one of the manor's libraries. I altered it.
Okay.
Travel safely. What's that saying? It's like wrangling cats.
That time is going to be tricky to figure out. It's going to be tricky to figure out the method.
This used to be one of the manor's libraries. I altered it. Travel safely.
Or you don't have to restart.
What's that saying? It's like wrangling cats.
Whoa!
This used to be one of the manor's libraries. I altered it.
So yeah, I guess gotta figure out like the timing on this.
Travel safely. What's that saying? It's like wrangling cats.
What?
This used to be one of the manor's libraries. I altered it. Travel safely. This used to be one of the manor's libraries. I altered it. Travel safely. What's that saying? It's like wrangling cats.
All right. I mean, I thought it was a pretty poor run, but it beats the time they want. So, I guess we're good. It's nice to knock a couple out after that hellacious one. It's also been nice watching this slowly inch up. The odds are stacked against you, okay? Another lounge of many, many, many.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design.
Oh, I remember this room. I don't remember what to do, but I remember the room. Whoops.
There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
Okay. What is this room? This is how we get up to 21,000 safes, by the way. Am I just not doing the jump right, or? I mean, this is only one safe short of a complete stack. Okay, there it is. Oh. This isn't even where I wanted to go. This is where the collectible is. Oh, I just got shot. So what's my goal here? That's what that door is. Oh, man. Okay, so you gotta be more precise in your aim here.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design. There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
I need to remember to change it to slow time.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design. There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan. I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design. There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
You want to save time, that's what you gotta do.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design. There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
What? Hitting that stupid ceiling.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design.
So this is another one where least shifts is more interesting.
There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
God damn it! 3 is all the way up there.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design. There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
I pressed 4.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design. There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
So this is gonna be... I need to not hit this. Whew, within 1 second of the limit. So yeah, that seems it would be impossible to get both of these at the same time, unless there's some weird trick. I thought there was a level earlier where it looked impossible to get both at the same time, then I realized that it was possible to get both at the same time. This I don't see. Because I can reduce shifts, but I took extra shifts to try to reduce my time. I did it in reverse this time. I decided to go for the best time first, and I got what I went for. Now I'm going to go back and get the shift goal. I'm going to take my time with it.
I made the first prototype when I was your age. I haven't had the heart to change the design. There should be an IDS battery on the other side of the fan.
I guess since I can take my time, I can do this. But now I'm stuck with this slow time for a long time. So you gotta wait on this. Okay, so... How do I do this in 3? How do I do it in 3? Three? I just did 1 on time. I need heavy. And then back to time? I don't need time at the end. How do I... Sorry, it's going really slow, but I mean, I don't want to make any shifts. Man, this is gonna take a long ass time. At least we can see these drop in slow motion, I guess. Someday. I know I haven't done anything wrong. You can't not see a face right there. There they go. Oh, that one's late. Because it starts over there. That's the one I need to be longer. Ugh. Okay, I guess I got it. We just wait a really long time. I don't want to shift it. I mean, I could get this done much more conveniently if I didn't have it in slow motion right now. You look at how slow that fan is going. And you think, how fast it's going when normal events are happening, and you realize I gotta wait for that fan to turn as many times around as it normally would before the events we actually want. Okay, here we're moving. Moving is a generous term. Ugh. Somebody tell me their life story. I bet you'll have it all complete by the time we get to the finish. Definitely if you're young, maybe even if you're old. You know what's going to be the worst? I just thought of something now that I'm right here where I am. Fuck. What if I miss the jump? Oh, God. The pressure. It's going to be the easiest thing to jump too early. Got to be really patient. Not just like this is taking forever kind of patient, but you're afraid of falling, right? It's a natural instinct, but it's delayed. You got to make sure this gap is closed enough. Okay. See, they start to tilt, and I don't know when I'll lose my ability to jump.
Who knew that falling could be such a peaceful experience?
Oh yeah, gotta wait for the door. Ah. 755 seconds. Okay. So 9 of 17, huh? Time is it? 2:03. Let's try to do one more, I guess. Of course, it could be anything, right? One could be that, or it could be that. Now these guys are a bit more dominant. Wait.
You really ought to stay out of their way.
I mean, I remember seeing this stuff. I don't remember how to solve this puzzle, so I gotta solve it again.
Keep an eye on that activation beam.
All right, so this feels kind of forced as far as the shifts go. Actually, it was these guys that ran off the cliff before. These are different. These have the, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, red eyes, green eyes. Man, we got another one of these. If I want least shifts. I have the exact same situation here. Putt, putt, putt. Whoa, I'm actually standing on this? Whoa. Defend. Why do I only see 3? As long as none hit this. I'm gonna try to get up there. This is ridiculous. What was that? Okay, so that got across. Oh. Probably don't need this anymore, but just, you know, might as well, I guess. I don't know. I remember thinking about this with the lease shifts. I was wondering if this would come up where the optimal thing to do is to not it's to stay on the slowed down time. All right. See, I might miss the jump here too. Am I supposed to climb his back? No. Woohoo! You could have put God damn it, you could have put the battery in the whole time. We just grab Ike and stuff him in the fourth battery slot. Oh, I don't think it would have been that low pitch had we not slowed time down. Head first. Alright, so that's Fluffy. I actually have an idea with that, but I'll look at that in a minute here. I have all this furniture. Do I need to take any of it down? I don't. I need to get there. Oh, there's furniture here too. This is gonna be hard. Three, okay. Didn't even jump. Didn't even jump. Whole thing is ruined. Okay. Of course, I would have done that anyway. So let's practice this, I guess. Hey, space shuttle. Alright, just take it off. Who cares? Oh, 9 shifts? I would have had it in 5.
We really ought to stay out of their way.
All right, so what's going on with you, Space? This is gonna take a while. I have to wait a long time for this thing, so. Really? Is that, I mean, congratulations on your new job. Is it an exciting job, or is it a job you have to do? Okay. So what is it that you do? Or that you're going to do? Like, is it a new kind of gig? Is it something you've done before? Okay. Okay. I guess I can vaguely figure out what that means in the abstract. Okay, this is actually here at 1, 2, 3. So it's 2/3 of the way across. I just have to guard it against these things. Probably just one more time. And even if I didn't guard it, there's a chance that it would make it through, but... yeah, it's about to spit one out, so... obviously, I will not risk it. That's pretty much through. But that'll guarantee it gets through. Okay, so after I beat this level with only 5, I think, shifts, then I'm going to go back and try to beat it again as quickly as possible. And when I do that, obviously, I'm not going to be waiting around like this. Push. Go. Yeah, so have you done that kind of work before, or is it like a new gig for you? So it's like a variance on. So it's like your skills carried over, I guess. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Okay, I can do this. I gotta make sure I don't miss the jump. That would be a travesty. Wait a minute. This is different. That was different. I was waiting for this guy to fall. Last time this guy fell first and then the safe fell. I suddenly just had to realize that's what was going on. Oh yeah, I guess I'm only doing the jump once. So now we're in slow motion again, but this is the final exit, so... Okay. See you, space. So I did 5 shifts. So well under that. Now I can't take this long. I gotta get it done this map. So all right, just scouting this time. To do it fast, what do we do?
You really ought to stay out of their way.
Yeah, you should let that one go. As soon as I grab the second one. Yeah. I found another room down here. Keep thinking his level starts here. Okay. So when you start a new level, head left. And then you do this little wonky do. All right.
You really ought to stay out of their way.
It just barely nicked him.
You really ought to stay out of their way.
Okay, I said jump, you didn't jump. Also, I'm gonna try not blocking that third one. Let's see if that third one, see if we don't have to block that third one.
You really ought to stay out of their way.
No.
You really ought to stay out of their way.
What?
You really ought to stay out of their way. You really ought to stay out of their way.
Ah, no. That was terrible. That wasn't terrible. All right, that's 10 out of 17. I should probably call it a night. Yeah, it's 230. I'd say that's enough quantum mechanics. I guess I can look at this real quick. Oh yeah, I noticed that the wiener dog actually flips over. See, the underside is here, right? And it's right there where it switches over. So 85%. So these stats look much more acceptable now. When it says overall time, that's the sum of your best times, right? So that continues to go down as you play more, right? Blue Wing is completely finished, which is wonderful. Yellow Wing is not. $197 ships. I guess I got stuck on this level. Oh, I did get stuck on this level. 1327, 1037, 1304, 590, 1538. Okay, so these were all a challenge for me the first time around. So that should be some, that might be a stream all in and of itself, so. Yeah. This just makes you feel terrible, so don't do that. Alright. Yeah, I think as you pick these... Hurricane was here, he'd tell me. But I think that as you pick these up, they appear in here. Okay. All right, gonna call it a night. Good night, everyone. I hope you had as much fun as I did.